Chapter 1. The elegant travelling carriage which bore Miss Witchwood from her birthplace on the border of Somerset and Wiltshire to her home in Bath proceeded on its way at a decorous pace. This was dictated by her coachman, an elderly autocrat who, having known her from the day of her birth almost 30 years before, drove her at the pace he considered proper, and turned a deaf ear to her requests to put 'em along. If she didn't know what was due to her consequence as Miss Witchwood of Twynham Park, he did. And even if she was an old maid, in fact almost an ape-leader, though he would never call her one, and had turned off the impudent stable-boy who had dared to do so after giving him a rare box on the ear, he knew very well how his late master would have wished his only daughter to be driven about the country. He had a pretty good idea, too, of what Sir Thomas would have felt had he known that Miss Witchwood had set up her own establishment in Bath a few months after his death, with only a squinny old tough to lend her countenance. A mean bit, Miss Farlow, if ever he saw one. More like a skinned rabbit than a woman, and a regular gabble-grinder into the bargain. It was a marvel to him that Miss Witchwood was able to endure her bibble-babble, for she wasn't short of a sheet, not by any means she wasn't. The lady thus stigmatized was seated beside Miss Witchwood in the carriage, beguiling the tedium of the journey with a stream of small talk. She was of uncertain age, but it was unkind to describe her as an old tough, and although she was certainly very thin, it was unjust to liken her to a skinned rabbit. She was a distant relation of Miss Witchwood, left by an improvident parent in indigent circumstances, and when she had received a visit from Sir Geoffrey Witchwood, and had grasped that she owed this unprecedented honour to his urgent wish to procure her services as chaperone to his sister, she had seen in his unromantically stout person a paladin sent by Providence to rescue her from a drab lodging, mean fare, and the constant dread of finding herself in debt. She was not to know that her prospective charge had fought strenuously against having her, or any other female, foisted onto her. But when she had presented herself at Twynham Park, nervously clutching her old-fashioned reticule, desperately anxious to please, and staring up into Miss Witchwood's face with frightened, pleading eyes, Miss Witchwood's heart had overcome her judgment, and she had had no other thought than to make the poor little creature welcome. Lady Witchwood, quite unable to picture meek little Miss Farlow as a companion, and far less as a chaperone to the lively Miss Witchwood, took the earliest opportunity that offered to beg her sister-in-law not to accept Miss Farlow's services without careful consideration. "I am persuaded, dearest, that you will find her a dreadful bore," she said earnestly. "Yes, very likely. But I should find any chaperone a dreadful bore," said Alice. "So if I must have a chaperone, not that I see the least need of one at my age, I'd as lief have her as any other. At least she won't try to rule my house or to dictate to me. Besides, I'm sorry for her." She laughed suddenly, perceiving the doubtful look in Lady Witchwood's mild blue eyes. "Aha! You are afraid she won't exercise any control over me. You are perfectly right, she won't. But nor would anyone else, you know." "But, Annis, Geoffrey says—" "I know exactly what Geoffrey says," interrupted Annis. "I've known what he would say any time these 20 years, and I find him far more of a bore than poor Miss Farlow. No, don't try to look shocked. I dare say no one knows better than you that he and I cannot deal together. The only time when we have been in perfect agreement was when he assured me that I should love his wife." "Oh, Annis," protested Lady Witchwood, blushing and turning away her head. "You shouldn't say such things. Besides, I can't believe you mean it, when you won't continue living with me." "What a rapper!" commented Annis, the laughter still dancing in her eyes. "I could live happily with you for the rest of my days, as well you know. It's my very worthy, starched-up and consequential brother with whom I can't and won't live. Yes, isn't it unnatural of me?" "So sad," mourned her ladyship. "Oh, no, why?" "You would have cause to say so if I did remain here. You must surely own that life would be very much more peaceful without me provoking Geoffrey a dozen times a day." Lady Witchwood did not deny this, but she sighed and said, But you are far too young to be setting up your own establishment, dearest. I quite agree with dear Geoffrey about that. You always do agree with him, Amabel. Indeed, you are the perfect wife for him, interjected Annis irrepressibly. I'm sure I am no such thing, though I do try to be. And as for agreeing with him, gentlemen are so much wiser than we are, and so much better able to judge of worldly matters, don't you think? Emphatically no. But indeed, Geoffrey is right when he says it will present a very odd appearance if you go to live in Bath all by yourself. Well, I shan't be all by myself, or I shall have Maria Farlow with me. Annis, I cannot persuade myself that she is the right person for you. No, but the beauty of it is that having chosen her and foisted her onto me, Geoffrey will never acknowledge that he was in error. Depend upon it, he will soon be discovering all manner of virtues in her, and telling you that her meek disposition will have an excellent influence over me. Since Sir Geoffrey had already said something very like this to her, Lady Witchwood was obliged to laugh. But she shook her head as well, and said, "It's all very well for you to turn everything to a joke, but it won't be funny for Geoffrey, or for me either, when we have people thinking that you left home because we were unkind to you. My dear, they won't think any such thing when they see that we are on terms of perfect amity. I hope you don't mean to cut my acquaintance. I expect to entertain you frequently in Camden Place, and give you fair warning that I shall always look on Twynham Park as my second home, and I'm likely to descend upon you without ceremony for long visits. You will be wishing me at Jericho, I dare say." She saw that Lady Witchwood was looking melancholy still, and went to sit beside her, taking her hand and saying, "Try to understand, Amabel. It isn't only because Geoffrey and I rub against one another that I am going to set up a home for myself. I want a life of my own." "Oh, I do understand that," said Lady Witchwood in quick sympathy. "From the moment I set eyes on you, I have felt that it was positively wicked that such a lovely girl as you should be wasting her life. If only you would accept Lord Beckenham's offer, or Mr. Kilbride's. Well, no, perhaps not his. Geoffrey says he is a here and therean, and a gamester, and I suppose that would hardly do for you, though I must confess that I thought he was excessively charming. Well, if you couldn't like Beckenham, what did you find to dislike in young Gaydon? Or—" Stop, begged Annis laughingly. "I found nothing to dislike in any of them, but I couldn't discover in myself the smallest wish to marry any of them either. Indeed, I haven't any wish to marry anyone at all." "But, Annis, every woman must wish to be married," cried Lady Witchwood, quite shocked. "Now that provides the answer to what people will think when they see me living in my own house instead of at Twynham," exclaimed Annis. "They will think me an eccentric. 10 to 1, I shall become one of the sights of Bath, like old General Preston, or that weird creature who goes about in a hoop and feathers. I shall be pointed out as— "If you don't stop talking such nonsense, I shall be strongly tempted to slap you," interrupted Lady Witchwood. "I don't doubt you will be pointed out, but it won't be as an eccentric." In the event, both were proved to be right. Annis had acquaintances amongst the Bath residents, and several close friends living in the vicinity of Bath with whom she had frequently stayed, so that she did not come to Bath as a stranger. It was thought to be a trifle eccentric of her to leave the shelter of her brother's house, but she was well known to be a very independent young woman, and as she was, at that date, 26 years of age, long past her girlhood, only the stiffest and most censorious persons saw anything to condemn in her conduct. She was possessed of a considerable independence, and it was not to be wondered at that she should avail herself of its advantages. The only wonder was that she hadn't been snapped up in her first London season by some gentleman on the lookout for a bride in whom birth and beauty were accompanied by a handsome fortune. No one knew the size of her fortune, but it was obviously large. Her family had owned Twynham Park for generations, and her beauty was remarkable. If there were those who considered her too tall, and others who could only see beauty in brunettes, these critics were few in number. Her admirers, and she had a host of them, declared her to be a piece of perfection, and from the top of her guinea gold curls to the soles of her slender feet they could detect no flaw in her. Her eyes were particularly fine, being of a deep blue, and so full of light that one infatuated gentleman of a poetic turn of mind said that their brilliance put the stars to shame. They were smiling eyes, set under delicate arched brows, and her generous mouth seemed to be made for laughter. For the rest, she had an elegant figure, moved gracefully, dressed herself with exquisite taste, and had charming manners, which endeared her to such elderly sticklers as old Mrs. Mandeville, who pronounced her to be a very nice gal. None of your simpering misses. I can't think why she ain't married. Those who had been acquainted with her father knew that he had been dotingly fond of her, and supposed that that might have been why she had accepted none of the offers made her. No doubt, said the wiseacres, that was also why she had come to live in Bath, now that he was dead. She meant to marry at last, and what chance of meeting an eligible gentleman could there be in the wilds of the country? Only one lady saw any impropriety in it, and as she was notoriously spiteful, and had 2 rather plain daughters of marriageable age on her hands, no one paid any heed to her. Besides, Miss Witchwood had an elderly cousin living with her, and what could be more proper than that? So Sir Geoffrey was right, too, and was able to plume himself on his wisdom. He very soon became reconciled to the situation, and found himself more in charity with his sister than he had ever been before. As for Miss Farlow, she had never been so happy in all her life, or enjoyed so much comfort, and she felt that she could never be sufficiently grateful to dear Annis, who not only paid her a very generous wage, but who also showered every sort of luxury on her, from a fire in her bedroom to the right to order the carriage whenever she wished to go beyond walking distance. Not that she ever did avail herself of this permission, for that, in her opinion, would be a sadly encroaching thing to do. Unfortunately, her overflowing gratitude caused her to irritate Miss Witchwood almost beyond bearing by fussing over her incessantly, running quite unnecessary errands for her, much to the jealous wrath of Miss Jerby, Annis's devoted dresser, and entertaining her, she hoped, with an inexhaustible flow of what Annis called nothing sayings. She was doing that on the journey back to Bath from Twynham Park. The fact that she received only mechanical responses from Miss Witchwood did not offend her, or cause her to abate her cheerful chatter. Rather, she increased it, for she could see that her dear Miss Witchwood was a trifle in the dumps, and considered it to be her duty to divert her mind. No doubt she was sad to be leaving Twynham. Miss Farlow could well understand that, for she was feeling rather sad herself. It had been such an agreeable week. "So very kind as Lady Witchwood is," she said brightly. "I declare it makes one sorry to be going away. Not but what home is best, isn't it? We must look forward now to Easter, when we shall have them all to stay in Camden Place. We shan't know how to make enough of those sweet children, shall we, Annis?" "I don't think I shall find it difficult," said Annis, with a faint smile. "And I fancy Jerby won't either," she added, twinkling across at her dresser, who was sitting on the forward seat, holding her mistress's jewel-box on her angular knees. "Little Tom's last encounter with Jerby was a very near-run thing, I promise you, Maria. Indeed, I am persuaded that had I not chanced to come into the room at that moment, she'd have spanked him, as well he deserved. Wouldn't you, Jerby?" Her dresser replied austerely, "Tempted I may have been, Miss Annis, but the Lord gave me strength to resist the promptings of the evil one." "Oh, no! Was it the Lord that gave you that strength?" said Annis, quizzing her. "I thought it was my intervention that saved him." "Poor little fellow," said Miss Farlow charitably. "So high-spirited, such quaint things as he said. I'm sure I never saw such a forward child. Your sweet little goddaughter, too, Annis." "I fear it is useless to ask me to go into raptures over infants in arms," said Annis apologetically. "I dare say I shall like both children well enough when they are older. In the meantime, I must leave it to their mamma and to you to dote on them." Miss Farlow realized that dear Annis had the headache, which was the only possible explanation for her want of enthusiasm over her nephew and niece. She said, "Now why do you let me rattle on when I am persuaded you have the headache? That is not treating me as you should, or as I wish you to. There is nothing so irritating to the nerves as being obliged to attend to fireside chatter. Not that this is the fireside, of course, though the hot brick I have under my feet keeps me as warm as toast, when one is not feeling in good point. And it wouldn't surprise me, my love, if it is the weather which has made your headache, for a cold wind frequently gives me a sort of tic, and the wind is very sharp today. Not that we are conscious of it in the carriage, which I am sure is the most comfortable one imaginable. But there is bound to be a draught, and we mustn't forget that you stood talking to Sir Geoffrey for several minutes before you got into it. That was what started the mischief, depend upon it. I expect it will go off when you are safely home again, and in the meantime I shan't tease you by talking to you. Are you sure you're warm enough? Let me give you my shawl to put round your head. Jerby will hold your hat, or I will. Now, where did I put my smelling salts? They should be in my reticule, for I always put them there when I go on a journey, because one never knows when one may need them, does one? But they don't seem to be— Oh, yes, here they are. They had slipped down to the bottom, and were under my handkerchief. Oh, goodness knows how they could have got under it, for I distinctly recall putting them on top of everything else so that they would be handy. I often think how extraordinary it is that things move by themselves, which no one can deny they do. She continued in this way for several minutes, and when Annis declined the shawl and the smelling salts, wished that they had thought to bring a pillow to put under Annis's head, or that it were possible to make her a tisane. In desperation, Annis shut her eyes, and after drawing Miss Jerby's attention to this, and telling her that they must be as quiet as mice, because Miss Annis was just dropping off to sleep, she at last subsided. Annis had no headache, nor was she depressed at leaving Twynham Park. She was bored. Possibly the bleak weather, though it hadn't made her headache, had affected her spirits, making her feel, most unusually, that the future was as grey and as unpromising as the sky. Lady Witchwood had tried to keep her at Twynham for a few more days, prophesying that it was going to snow. But Annis could not be persuaded to extend her visit, even if it was going to snow, which she thought extremely unlikely. Appealed to, Sir Geoffrey said, "Snow? Pooh! Nonsense, my love, far too much wind for that, and nothing like cold enough. Naturally, we should be happy to keep Alice with us, but if she has engagements in Bath, we should neither of us wish to deter her from keeping them. What's more, if it did snow, she will be perfectly safe with Twitcham on the box." So Annis had been allowed to set forth without further hindrance from her anxious sister-in-law, privately thinking that if it really did snow, she would be better off in her own house in Bath than immured at Twynham Park. No snow fell, but no gleam of sunlight broke through the clouds to enliven the gloom of a sodden landscape, and a northeasterly wind did nothing to alleviate the discomforts of a March day. Her spirits were understandably depressed, and she was only roused from a melancholy vision of her probable future when, some 8 miles short of Bath, Miss Farlow cried, "Oh, goodness me! Has there been an accident? Over to stop! Do look, dear Annis!" Jerked out of her unprofitable meditations, Miss Witchwood opened her eyes. No sooner did they alight on the cause of Miss Farlow's sudden exclamation than she tugged the check-string, and as Twitcham pulled up his horses, said, "Oh, poor things! Of course we must stop, Maria, and try what we can do to rescue them from such a horrid plight." While her footman jumped down to open the carriage door and to let down the steps, she had time to assimilate the details of the mishap which had befallen 2 fellow travellers. A gig, with 1 wheel missing, was lying at a drunken angle at the side of the road, and beside it were standing 2 people, a female, huddled in a cloak, and a fair young man, who was feeling the knees of the sturdy cob which he had drawn out from between the shafts of the gig, and who said, just as James, the footman, pulled open the door of Miss Witchwood's carriage, "Well, thank God, at least this bone-setter's none the worse." His companion, whom Miss Witchwood perceived to be a very young and a very pretty girl, replied with some asperity, "I don't see much to be thankful for in that." "I dare say you don't," retorted the young gentleman. "You won't be called upon to pay for—" He broke off, as he became aware that the slap-up equipage which had just swept round a bend in the road had come to a halt, and that his occupant, a dazzlingly lovely lady, was preparing to descend from it. He gave a gasp, pulled off his modish beaver, and stammered, "Oh, I didn't think... that is to say..." Miss Witchwood laughed, and relieved him from his embarrassment, saying, as she alighted from her carriage, "Did you suppose anyone could be so odiously selfish as not to stop? Not I promise you. The same thing happened to me once, and I know just how helpless it makes one feel when one loses a wheel. Now what can I do to rescue you from this horrid predicament?" The girl, eyeing her warily, said nothing, but the gentleman bowed and said, "Thank you. 'Tis excessively good of you, ma'am. I shall be very much obliged to you if you will direct them at the next posting-house to send a chaise here to carry us to Bath. I'm not familiar with this part of the country, so I don't know... And then there is the horse. I can't leave him here, can I? Perhaps... Only I don't like to ask you to find a wheelwright, ma'am, though I think a wheelwright is what is chiefly needed." At this his companion intervened, announcing that a wheelwright was not what she needed. 10 to 1 he wouldn't come at all, and even if he did come, whoever heard of a wheelwright mending a wheel on the road, particularly a wheel that has 2 broken spokes? It would be hours before we reached Bath, and you must know that it is of the first importance that I should be there not a moment later than 5 o'clock. I might have known how it would be when you meddled in what was quite my own affair, for of all the mutton-headed people I was ever acquainted with, you are the most mutton-headed, Ninian," she said indignantly. "Let me remind you, Lucy," retorted the gentleman, flushing up to the roots of his fair hair, "that the accident was no fault of mine, and further, that if I had not meddled, as you choose to call it, in your affair, you would have found yourself at this moment stranded miles from Bath. And if we are to talk of mutton-heads—" He broke off, controlling himself with a visible effort, set his teeth, and said in the icy voice of one determined not to allow his anger to get the better of him, "I shall not do so, however." "No, don't," said Annis, considerably amused by this interchange. "You really have no time to indulge in recriminations at just this moment, have you? If it is a matter of importance to you to reach Bath before 5 o'clock, Miss—" She left a pause, her brows raised questioningly, but the youthful lady before her did not seem to be very willing to fill it. After hesitating for a few moments, she stammered, "If you please, ma'am, would you just call me Lucilla? I have a very particular reason for not wishing anyone to know my surname, in case they come in search of me." "They?" enquired Miss Witchwood, wondering what kind of an adventure she had stumbled on. "My aunt and his father," said Lucilla, nodding towards her escort, "and very likely my uncle, too, if he can be persuaded to bestir himself," she added. "Good God!" exclaimed Miss Witchwood, her eyes dancing. "Can it be that I am assisting in an elopement?" The haste with which both the lady and the gentleman repudiated this suggestion was attended by so much vehemence, and with so much loathing, that Miss Witchwood was hard put to it not to burst out laughing. She managed to keep her countenance, and said, with only a tiny tremor in her voice, "I beg your pardon. Indeed, I can't think how I came to say anything so shatterbrained, for something seemed to tell me at the outset that this was not an elopement." Lucilla said, with dignity, "I may be a sad romp, I may be a little gypsy, and my want of conduct may give people a disgust of me, but I am not lost to all sense of propriety, whatever my aunt says, and nothing could prevail on me to elope with anyone, not even if I were madly in love, which I'm not. As for eloping with Ninian, that would be a nonsensical thing to do, because—" "I wish you would keep your tongue, Lucy," interrupted Ninian, looking very much vexed. "You rattle on like a regular bagpipe, and see what comes of it." He turned towards Annis, saying stiffly, "I cannot wonder at it that you were misled into supposing that we are eloping. The case is far otherwise." "Yes, it is," corroborated Lucilla. "Far, far otherwise. The truth is that I am escaping from Ninian." "I see," said Annis sympathetically, "and he is helping you to do it." "Well, yes, in a way he is," Lucilla admitted. "Not that I wished him to help me, but the circumstances made it very difficult for me to stop him. It is all rather complicated, I'm afraid." "It does seem to be," agreed Annis. "And if you are going to explain it to me, not that I wish to be vulgarly inquisitive, how would it be if you were to get into my carriage and allow me to convey you to wherever it is in Bath that you wish to go?" Lucilla cast a somewhat longing look at the carriage, but shook a resolute head. "No, it is very kind of you, but it would be too shabby of me to leave Ninian behind, and I won't do it." "Yes, you will," said Ninian. "I have been wondering how to get you to Bath before you were quite frozen, and if this lady will take you there, I shall be very much obliged to her." "I will certainly take her there," said Annis, smiling at him. "My name, by the way, is Witchwood, Miss Annis Witchwood." "And mine, ma'am, is Elmore, Ninian Elmore, entirely at your service," he responded with great gallantry. "And this is—" "Ninian, no!" cried Lucilla, much flustered. "If she were to tell my aunt where I am—" "Oh, don't be afraid of that," said Annis cheerfully. "Never shall it be said of me that I am an addle plot, I promise you. I collect that you are going to visit a friend, or perhaps a relation." Well, not precisely. In fact, I haven't met her yet," disclosed Lucilla in a rush of confidence. "The thing is, ma'am, I am going to apply for the post of companion to her. She says— I have brought the notice I saw in the Morning Post with me, but most foolishly packed it in my portmanteau, so that I can't immediately show it to you. But she says she requires an active and genteel young lady of willing disposition, and that applicants must call at her residence in North Parade between the hours of— "North Parade!" exclaimed Annis. "My poor child, can it be that you are going to visit Mrs. Nibley?" "Yes," faltered Lucilla, dismayed by Miss Witchwood's very obvious pity. "The Honourable Mrs. Nibley, which made me think she must be a perfectly respectable person. Isn't she, ma'am?" "Oh, yes, a pattern card of respectability," answered Annis. "Renowned in Bath as the town's worst archwife. She has had I don't know how many active and genteel ladies to wait on her hand and foot during the 3 years I have been acquainted with her. Either they leave her house in strong hysterics, or she turns them off because they have not been sufficiently active or willing. My dear, do believe me when I tell you that the post she offers would not do for you." "I guessed as much," interpolated Mr. Elmore, not without satisfaction. Lucilla bore all the appearance of having sustained a stunning blow, but at this her spirit flickered up in a brief revival, and she said, "No, you didn't. Pray, how could you have guessed anything of the sort?" "Well, at all events, I guessed no good would come of such a bird-witted start, and I said so at the time. You can't deny that. Now, what do you mean to do?" "I don't know," said Lucilla, her lips trembling. "I shall have to think of something." "There's only one thing you can do, and that is to return to Mrs. Amber," he said. "Oh, no, she cried passionately. "I would rather hire myself out as a cook-maid than go back to be scolded and reproached and told that I had made my aunt ill and forced to marry you, which is what would happen on account of my having run away with you. And it wouldn't be the least use to tell my aunt or your papa that I didn't run away with you, but from you, because even if they believed me, they would think it worse, and say we must be married." He blenched visibly, and ejaculated, "Oh, my God, that's just what they would do. What a hobble we're in. It almost makes me wish I hadn't caught you creeping out of the house and thought it my duty to see you come to no harm." "Forgive me," interposed Miss Witchwood. "May I offer a suggestion?" She smiled at Lucilla and held out her hand. "If you are set on being a companion, come and be a companion to me." She heard Miss Farlow, within the carriage, utter a faint, outraged clucking, and made haste to add, "It won't do, you know, to be putting up at an hotel all by yourself, and it's not to be expected that Mrs. Nibley, even if she engaged you, which I think extremely unlikely, would be prepared to do so immediately. She will require you to furnish her with the name and direction of some respectable person willing to vouch for you." "Oh, goodness!" exclaimed Lucilla, dismayed. "I never thought of that." "Most understandable that you should not," said Annis. "One can't think of everything after all. But I do feel that it is a matter which ought to be considered, and I also feel that it is quite impossible to consider anything when one is standing in the open road, with a perfectly horrid wind positively freezing one's wits. so do, pray, get into my carriage. Mr. Elmore will follow us in due course, and we can discuss the matter when we have dined and are sitting snugly by the fire." "Thank you," Lucilla said unsteadily. "You are very kind, Miss Witchwood. Only how is Ninian to manage when he can't leave the horse?" "There's no need for you to fret about me," said Mr. Elmore nobly. "I shall lead the horse to the next hostelry, and trust to being able to hire some sort of carriage to carry me to Bath." "You might even ride the horse," suggested Alice. "But I'm not dressed for riding," he said, staring at her. "And even if I were, it's not a saddle horse." Alice now perceived that Mr. Elmore was a very correct young gentleman. She was a good deal amused, but although the ready laughter sprang to her eyes, she said, with perfect gravity, "Very true. We must leave you to do as you think best, but I should perhaps warn you that since this is not a post road, you may find it difficult to hire a chaise at the next hostelry, and may even be reduced to contenting yourself with some vehicle quite beneath your touch. However, I shan't despair of seeing you in Upper Camden Place in time for dinner." She then furnished him with her exact direction, smiled benignly upon him, and pushed Lucilla to the steps of her carriage. Propelled irresistibly by a firm hand in the small of her back, Lucilla mounted them, but paused at the top to say, over her shoulder, "If I could be of the least use to you, Ninian, I wouldn't leave you in this fix, even though you wouldn't have been in it had you not meddled in my affairs." "You may make yourself easy on that head," responded Mr. Elmore. "Far from being of use to me, your presence would make everything worse. If it could be," he added. "Well, of all the unjust things to say!" gasped Lucilla indignantly. She would have said more, but Miss Witchwood cut short her recriminations by thrusting her into the carriage. She then directed her interested footman to transfer her unexpected guest's baggage from the gig to the carriage, and when this was done, herself mounted into the carriage, briskly desired Miss Farlow to make room for a third person on the back seat, pushed her own hot brick under Lucilla's feet, tucked a generous share of the fur-lined carriage rug round her, and nodded to her footman to put up the steps. In a very few minutes the coachman had set his horses in motion, and Lucilla, snuggling between her hostess and Miss Farlow, heaved a small sigh, and stealing a cold hand into Miss Witchwood's, whispered, "Oh, I do thank you, ma'am." Miss Witchwood chafed the little hand, saying, "You poor child, you are quite frozen. Never mind, we shall soon be in Bath, and we shan't discuss your problems until you are warm and have dined and, have the benefit of Mr. Elmore's advice." Lucilla gave an involuntary choke of laughter, but refrained from comment. Very little conversation was exchanged during the rest of the journey, Lucilla, worn out by the day's adventures, being on the brink of sleep, and Miss Witchwood confining her remarks to a few commonplaces addressed to Miss Farlow. For her part, Miss Farlow's usual flow of chit-chat was dried up because, as she would presently tell her employer, her feelings had been wounded by the imputation that her own companionship did not suffice Miss Witchwood. Miss Jerby preserved a rigid silence, as befitted her position, but she too had every intention of favouring Miss Witchwood with her opinion of her latest ill-judged start as soon as she was alone with her, and in far more forthright terms than would be used by Miss Farlow. Lucilla awoke when the carriage drew up in Upper Camden Place, and was insensibly cheered by the welcoming candlelight coming through the open door of the house, and by the benevolent aspect of the elderly butler, who beamed upon his mistress, and accepted without a blink the unheralded arrival of a stranger in her company. Annis handed Lucilla over to Mrs. Wardlow, her housekeeper, with instructions to bestow her in the pink bedchamber, and to direct one of the maids to wait on her, and prepared herself to deal with her affronted companion. Waiting only until Lucilla, meekly following Mrs. Wardlow up the stairs, was out of earshot, Miss Farlow said that while she trusted it would always be far from her intention to criticize any of her dear cousin's actions, she felt herself bound to say that had she known that her companionship no longer satisfied dear Annis, she would instantly have resigned her post. "Whatever the exigencies of my circumstances," she said tearfully,
I should prefer to live in utter penury than to remain where I am not wanted, however comfortable this house may be, which indeed it is, not to say luxurious. For better a dinner of herbs where love is than a stalled ox and hatred therewith. Even though I'm not at all partial to herbs, except for a little parsley in a sauce, and I've never been able to understand how anyone, even a biblical person, could possibly live on herbs. However, times change, and when one thinks of all the most peculiar things that happened in the Bible, well, it makes one positively thankful one didn't live in those days. Bushes catching fire, and ladders coming down out of the sky, and people being swallowed up by whales and not being a penny the worse for it. Well, I should find that sort of thing most disconcerting. Manna, too. I've never been able to discover what kind of food that was, but I'm persuaded I shouldn't like it, even if I was starving, and it was suddenly dropped on me, which I think extremely unlikely. But, she continued, fixing Miss Witchwood with a reproachful gaze, I would make a push to like it, if you wish to set another in my place.
"Don't be such a goose-cap, Maria," replied Miss Witchwood in a rallying tone. "I haven't the least desire to set another in your place." Always appreciative of the ridiculous, she could not resist the impulse to say, "I can vouch for it that there is no hatred in this house, unless Jerby hates you. But you wouldn't care for that, because you must know that she wouldn't do so if she didn't fear that you were ousting her in my regard. But the stalled ox has me in a puzzle. Where, cousin, do you suspect me of stalling an ox?"
"I was speaking metaphorically," answered Miss Farlow in outraged accents. "It is not to be supposed that you could stall an ox anywhere in Bath, for you may depend upon it that would contravene the regulations. I dare say you wouldn't be permitted to stall a cow, and that would be of far more use to you."
"So it would," agreed Miss Witchwood, much struck.
"Oxen and cows have nothing to do with the case," said Miss Farlow, dissolving into tears. "My sensibilities have been deeply wounded, Alice. When I heard you invite that young woman to come here to be a companion to you, I suffered an electrical shock from which I fear my nerves will never recover."
Perceiving that her elderly cousin was very much upset, Annis applied herself to the task of soothing her lacerated feelings. It took time and patience to mollify Miss Farlow, and although she succeeded in convincing her that she stood in no danger of being dismissed, she failed to reconcile her to Lucilla's presence in Camden Place.
"I cannot like her, cousin," she said impressively. "You must forgive me if I say that I am astonished that you should have offered her the hospitality of your home, for in general you have such very superior sense. Mark my words, you will live to regret it."
"If I do, Maria, you will have the comfort of being able to say that you told me so. But what reason could I possibly have for not rescuing that child from a very awkward predicament?"
"It's my belief," said Miss Farlow darkly, "that the story she told you was a take-in. A very hurly-burly young female, I thought her. So coming, quite brass-faced indeed. Such a want of delicacy, running away from her home, and in the company of a young gentleman. No doubt I am old-fashioned, but such conduct doesn't suit my sense of propriety. What is more, I'm very sure dear Sir Geoffrey would disapprove quite as strongly as I do."
"Probably more strongly," said Annis. "But I hardly think you could be so foolish as to call her either coming or brass-faced." Miss Farlow quailed under the sparkling look of anger in Annis's eyes, and embarked on a confused speech which incoherently mixed an apology with a great deal of self-justification. Annis cut her short, telling her that she expected her to treat Lucilla with civility. She spoke with most unusual severity, and when the afflicted Miss Farlow sought refuge in tears, was wholly unmoved, merely recommending her to go upstairs and to unpack her trunk. Chapter 2. When Miss Witchwood had changed her travelling dress for one of the simple cambric gowns she wore when she meant to spend the evening by her own fireside, and had endured a scold from Miss Jerby on the subjects of wilfulness, imprudence, and what her papa would have said had he been alive, she went to tap on the door of the pink bedchamber, and upon being bidden to come in, found her protégée charmingly attired in sprig muslin, only slightly creased from having been packed in a portmanteau, and with her dusky curls brushed free of tangles. They clustered about her head in the artless style known as the Sappho, which, to Miss Witchwood's appreciative eyes, was not only very becoming, but which emphasized her extreme youth. Round her neck was clasped a row of pearls. This demure necklace was the only jewellery she wore, but Miss Witchwood did not for a moment suppose that the absence of trinkets denoted poverty. The pearls were real, and just the thing for a girl newly emerged from the schoolroom. So was that sprig muslin dress, with its high waist and tiny puff sleeves, but its exquisite simplicity stamped it as the work of a high-class modiste. And the shawl which Lucilla was about to drape around her shoulders was of Norwich silk, and probably had cost its purchaser every penny of 50 guineas. It was plain to be seen that Lucilla's unknown aunt had ample means and excellent taste, and grudged the expenditure of neither in the dressing of her niece. It was equally plain that such a fashionable damsel, bearing all the appearance of one born to an independence, would never find favour with Mrs. Nibley. Lucilla said apologetically that she feared her dress was sadly crumpled. "The thing was, you see, that I haven't been in the way of packing, Ma'am." "I shouldn't think you've ever done so before, have you?" "Well, no, but I couldn't ask my maid to do it for me, because she would have instantly told my aunt. That," said Lucilla bitterly, "is the worst of servants who have known one since one was a baby." "Very true," agreed Annis. "I am afflicted with several myself, and know just how you feel. Now, tell me by what name I am to present you to people." "I did think of calling myself Smith," said Lucilla doubtfully, or Brown, perhaps. Some very ordinary name." "Oh, I shouldn't choose anything too ordinary," said Annis, shaking her head. "It wouldn't suit you." "No, and I am persuaded I should come to hate it," said Lucilla naively. She hesitated for a moment. "I think I'll keep my own name, after all, on account of not being rag-mannered, which I'm afraid I was, when I wouldn't let Ninian tell you what it was. I was in dread that you might betray me to my horrid uncle, but that was because I didn't know you, or how kind you are. So I'll tell you, Ma'am. It's Carlton, with an E in the middle," she added conscientiously. "I will take care not to reveal the E to a living soul," promised Annis, with perfect gravity. "Anyone could be called Carlton without an E in the middle, but the E gives distinction to the name, and that, of course, is what you wish to avoid. So now that we have settled that problem, let us go down to the drawing-room and await Mr. Elmore's arrival." "If he does arrive," said Lucilla unhopefully. "Not that it signifies if he doesn't, except that my conscience will suffer a severe blow, even though it wasn't my fault that he came with me. But if he gets into a hobble, I shall never cease to blame myself for having left him quite stranded." "But why should he be stranded?" said Annis reasonably. "We left him some 8 miles short of Bath, not in the middle of a desert. Even if he can't hire a vehicle, he might easily walk the rest of the way, don't you think?" "No," said Lucilla, sighing. "He wouldn't think it at all the thing. I don't care a button for such antiquated flummery, but he does. I am excessively attached to him because I've known him all my life, but I cannot deny that he is sadly wanting in dash. In fact, he is a pudding heart, Ma'am." "Surely you are too severe," objected Miss Witchwood, ushering her into the drawing-room. "Of course, I am barely acquainted with him, but it did not seem to me that he was wanting in dash. To have aided and abetted you in your flight was not the action of a pudding heart, you must own." Lucilla frowned over this, and tried, not very successfully, to explain the circumstances which had led young Mr. Elmore to embark on what was probably the only adventure of his blameless career. "He wouldn't have done it if he hadn't been sure that Lord Iverley would have thought it the right thing," she said. "Though I dare say Lord Iverley will blame him for not having stopped me, which is wickedly unjust, and so I shall tell him if he gives poor Ninian one of his scolds."
For how could he expect Ninian to be full of pluck when he has brought him up to be a pattern card of amiable compliance? Ninian always does exactly what Lord Iverley wishes him to do, even when it comes to offering for me, which he doesn't in the least want to do. And for my part, I don't believe Lord Iverley would have a fatal heart attack if Ninian refused to obey him. But Lady Iverley does think so, and has reared Ninian to believe that it is his sacred duty not to do anything to put his papa out of curl. And I will say this for Ninian, he has a very kind heart, besides holding Lord Iverley in great affection, and having pretty strict notions of filial duty, and I dare say he would liefer do anything in the world than drive his papa into his grave. Surprised, Miss Witchwood said, "But is Lord Iverley, I collect he is Ninian's father, a very old man?" "Oh, no, not very old," replied Lucilla. "He is the same age as my papa would have been, if papa hadn't died when I was just 7 years old. He was killed at Corunna, and Lord Iverley, well, he wasn't Lord Iverley then, but Mr. William Elmore, because old Lord Iverley was still alive. But in any event, he brought my papa's sword and his watch and his diary and the very last letter he had scribbled to my mamma home to England, and gave them to my mamma. They say he has never been the same man since papa died. They were bosom beaux, you see, from the time when they were both at Harrow, and even joined the same regiment, and were never parted until papa was killed. Which I perfectly see as a very touching story, for I am not hard-hearted, whatever Aunt Clara may say. But what I do not see, and never shall see, is why Ninian and I must be married, merely because our fathers, in the milkiest way, made an idiotish scheme that we should." "It does seem a trifle unreasonable," admitted Miss Witchwood. "Yes, and because when he married my mamma, papa bought a house just beyond the gates of Chartley Place, and Ninian and I were almost brought up together, and were very good friends, nothing will persuade Lord Iverley that we were not made for one another. And most unfortunately, Ninian has fallen in love with someone whom Lord and Lady Iverley have taken in strong dislike. Though why they should have done so I can't imagine, for they never stir out of Chartley Place, and have never set eyes on her. I dare say they think her rather too old for Ninian, and I must own it does seem strange that he should be dangling after a lady at least 30 years of age, and very likely more." This circumstance did not seem strange to Miss Witchwood, but what seemed very strange indeed to her was that the Iverleys should be taking so serious a view of what was, to her understanding, a case of calf-love, of violent but short duration. She said, smiling a little, "I expect it does seem strange to you, Lucilla, but it is a well-known fact that young men are very apt to fall in love with women older than themselves. I fancy the Iverleys have no need to go into high fidgets over it." "Oh, no, of course they haven't," Lucilla agreed. "Good gracious, he fell desperately in love with some girl when he was in his first year at Oxford, and even I could guess that she was most ineligible. Fortunately, he fell out of love with her before the Iverleys knew anything about it, so they didn't fuss and fret over it. But this time, some tattling busybody wrote to tell Lord Iverley that Ninian was making up to this London lady, so Lord Iverley taxed him with it, and Lady Iverley implored him not to hasten his father's end by persisting in his suit, and—" "Good God," interrupted Miss Witchwood, "what a couple of cabbage-heads! They deserve that Ninian should marry this undesirable female out of hand." She caught herself up on this impulsive utterance, and said, "I shouldn't say so, but I have an unruly tongue. Forget it. Am I right in thinking that Chartley Place is somewhere to the north of Salisbury? Is that where you too live?" "No, not now. I did live there until Mamma died 3 years ago, but since then I've lived at Cheltenham with my aunt and my uncle, and the house, which belongs to me, has been leased to strangers." This disclosure left Miss Witchwood at a loss. The words were melancholy, but the manner in which they were uttered was not at all melancholy. She said tentatively, "No doubt it must have been distressing to you to see strangers in your house." "Oh, no, not at all," replied Lucilla sunnily. "They are very agreeable people and pay a most handsome rent, besides keeping the grounds in excellent order. I should be happy to live in Cheltenham if my aunt would but take me to the assemblies and the theatre, but she won't, because she says I am too young, and it would be improper for me to go to balls and routs and drums until I have been regularly presented. But she doesn't think me too young to be married. That, she said, her eyes kindling wrathfully, is why she took me to Chartley Place. She paused, her bosom swelling with indignation. Miss Whichwood, she said explosively, could you have conceived it possible that anyone could be so cockle-brained as to suppose that Ninian, having formed a strong attachment to another lady, would feel the least inclination to make me an offer? Or that I would be so obliging as to accept his offer? But they did. All of them. She stopped, deeply flushed, and it was a minute or two before she could overcome her agitation. She managed to do so, however, and continued in a tight voice, saying, I thought that if I consented to visit the Ivorleys, I could depend on Ninian to stand buff, even though he lacked the spunk to tell his father he didn't wish to marry me if I wasn't there to support him. I should have known better. Considerably astonished, Miss Whichwood asked, But am I to understand that he told his father he was willing to offer for you? If that is so, isn't it possible that— It isn't so, said Lucilla flatly. I don't know what he said to Lord Ivorley, but to me he said that it would be unwise to provoke a quarrel, and that the best thing to do would be for us to seem to be willing to become engaged, and to trust in Providence to rescue us before the knot was tied between us. But I have no faith in Providence, ma'am, and I felt as though I was being tangled in a net, and the only thing I could think of to do was to run away. You see, there isn't anyone I can appeal to since my uncle died, and I dare say he wouldn't have been of much use, because he always let Aunt Clara have her own way in everything. He was a great dear, but not a man of resolution. Miss Whichwood blinked. Is he dead, then? I beg your pardon, but I thought you said that your uncle would very likely come to find you if he could be persuaded to bestir himself. Lucilla stared at her, and suddenly gave a crack of scornful laughter. Not that uncle, ma'am. The other one, she said. The other one? To be sure, how stupid I am to have supposed you only had one uncle. Do pray tell me about your horrid uncle, so that I shan't become confused again. Was your amiable uncle his brother? Oh, no. My Uncle Abel was Mamma's brother. My Uncle Oliver is a Carlton, and Papa's elder brother. They were only 3 years older, said Lucilla, in further disparagement of Mr. Oliver Carlton. He and my Uncle Abel were appointed to be my guardians, but naturally they weren't obliged to take care of me while Mamma was alive, except for managing my fortune. Have you a fortune? Asked Miss Whichwood, much impressed. Well, I think I have, because Aunt Clara is forever telling me to beware of fortune hunters. But it seems to me that it belongs to my Uncle Oliver, and not to me at all, because I'm not allowed to spend it. He sends my allowance to Aunt Clara, and she only gives me pin money, and when I wrote to tell him that I was old enough to buy dresses myself, he sent me a disagreeable answer, refusing to alter the arrangement. Whenever I have appealed to him, he always says that my aunt knows best, and I must do as she bids me. He is the most odiously selfish person in the world, and hasn't a particle of affection for me. Only fancy, ma'am, he has an enormous house in London, and has never asked me to visit him, not once. And when I suggested that he might like me to keep house for him, he answered in the rudest way that he wouldn't like it at all. That was certainly uncivil, but perhaps he thought you rather too young to keep house. I collect that he is not married. Good gracious, no, said Lucilla, which just shows you, doesn't it? I must own that he does sound very disagreeable, admitted Alice. Yes, and what is more, his manners are most disobliging. In fact, he is detestably top-lofty, never takes the least trouble to behave with civility to anyone, and treats one with a sort of stupid indifference which makes one long to hit him. Since it was obvious that she was fast working herself into a state of considerable agitation, it was perhaps fortunate that the entrance of Miss Farlow acted as an effectual stop to any further animadversions on the character of Mr. Oliver Carlton. Miss Farlow's demeanour informed her employer that she was deeply wounded.
but determined to bear the slight cast upon her with Christian resignation. Nothing could have exceeded her civility to Lucilla, which was so punctilious as almost to crush that ebullient young lady. And the manner in which she listened to whatever Annie said and instantly agreed with it was so servile that an impartial observer might well have supposed her to be the slave of a tyrannical mistress. But just as Annis, exasperated beyond endurance by these tactics, was on the point of losing her temper, Mr. Elmore was announced, creating a welcome diversion. He was looking decidedly out of temper, and, with only a glowering glance at Lucilla, devoted himself to the task of apologizing to his hostess for presenting himself in top boots and breeches, a social solecism which plainly lacerated all his finer feelings. In vain did Miss Witchwood beg him not to give the matter a thought, and draw his attention to her own mourning dress. Nothing would do for him but to explain the circumstances which had compelled him to appear before her, looking, as he termed it, like a dashed shab rag. "Owing to the haste in which I was obliged to set out on the journey, I had no time to pack up my gear, ma'am," he said. "I can only beg your forgiveness for being so improperly dressed, and also for being, I fear, so late in coming here. I was detained by the necessity of providing myself with additional funds, what little blunt I had in my pockets having been exhausted by the time I reached Bath."
"I knew it was wrong of me to have deserted you," cried Lucilla remorsefully. "I am so very sorry, Ninian, but why didn't you tell me you were brought to a standstill? I have plenty of money, and if only you had asked me for it, I would have given you my purse."
Revolted, Mr. Elmore was understood to say that he was not, he thanked God, reduced to such straits as that. He had laid his watch on the shelf, which was bad enough, but better than breaking the shins of his childhood's friend. These mysterious words left his listeners at a loss, so he was obliged to explain that he had pawned his watch, which he considered to be preferable to borrowing money from Lucilla. Miss Farlow said that such sentiments did him honour, but his childhood's friend said roundly that it was just the sort of nonsensical notion he would take into his head, and Miss Witchwood was obliged to intervene hastily to prevent a lively quarrel between them. Miss Farlow, who, whatever her opinion might be of girls who ran away from their homes and insinuated themselves into the good graces of complete strangers, had, like many elderly spinsters, a soft spot for a personable young man, encouraged him to unburden himself of his several grievances, and lavished so much sympathy on him that by the time the dinner bell was heard, he was in a fair way to forgetting the humiliating experiences he had undergone, and was able to make a hearty meal, washed down with the excellent claret with which Sir Geoffrey kept his sister provided. At which point Miss Witchwood ventured to ask him whether he meant to remain in Bath or to return to his anxious parents. "I must return, of course," he replied, a worried expression in his eyes, "or they won't know where I am, and I fear my father will be fretting himself into a fever. I should never forgive myself if he were to suffer one of his heart attacks."
"No, indeed," said Miss Farlow. "Poor gentleman! Your mamma, too. One hardly knows which of them to pity most, though I suppose her case is the worst, because of having double the anxiety." She saw that he was looking guilty, and said consolingly, "But never mind. How happy they will be when they see you safe and sound. Are you their only offspring, sir?"
"Well, no, not precisely the only one," he answered. "I'm their only son, but I have 3 sisters, ma'am."
"4,"
interpolated Lucilla. "Yes, but I don't count Sapphira," he explained. "She's been married for years and lives in another part of the country." "I collect your father doesn't enjoy good health," said Miss Witchwood, "which makes it of the first importance that you shouldn't leave him in suspense for a moment longer than is necessary." "That's just it, ma'am," he said, turning eagerly towards her. "His constitution was ruined in the Peninsula, for besides being twice wounded, and having a ball lodged in his shoulder, which the surgeons failed to extract after subjecting him to hours of torture, he had several bouts of a particularly deadly fever, which one gets on the Portuguese border, and which he never perfectly recovered from. And although he doesn't complain, we, my mother and I, are pretty sure that his shoulder pains him a good deal." He hesitated, and then said shyly, "You see,
When he is well, he is the most amiable man imaginable, and a most indulgent father anyone could wish for. But the indifferent state of his health makes him very, very irritable and inclined to become agitated, which is very bad for him. So you will understand that it is of the first importance not to do anything to put him into the hips." "Indeed, I understand," said Miss Witchwood, regarding him with a kindly eye. "You must certainly go home tomorrow, and by the quickest way possible. I'll furnish you with the means to pay your shot, redeem your watch, and hire a post-chaise, and you may repay me by a draft on your bank, so don't set up your bristles." She smiled as she spoke, and Ninian, who had stiffened, found himself smiling back at her, and stammering that he was very much obliged to her. Lucilla, however, was frowning. "Yes, but... Well, I see, of course, that it's your duty to go home, but what will you say when you are asked what has become of me?" Nonplussed, he stared at her, saying after a pause, during which he tried in vain to think of a way out of this difficulty, "I don't know. I mean, I shall say that I can't answer that question, because I gave you my word I wouldn't betray you." Lucilla's opinion of this was plainly to be read in her face. "You had as well tell them immediately where I am, because your father will make it a matter of obedience, and you'll knuckle down, just as you always do. Oh, why didn't you do as I begged you? I knew something like this would be bound to happen." He reddened and replied hotly, "If it comes to that, why didn't you do as I begged? I warned you that no good would come of running away. And if you mean to blame me for escorting you when I found you wouldn't listen to a word of reason, it is beyond everything. A pretty fellow I should be if I let a silly chit of an ignorant schoolgirl wander about the country alone." "I am not an ignorant schoolgirl," cried Lucilla, as flushed as he was. "Yes, you are. Why, you didn't even know that you had to be on the waybill to get a seat on a stagecoach, or that the Bath coaches don't go to Amesbury. A nice fix you'd have been in if I hadn't overtaken you." Miss Witchwood got up from the table, saying firmly that any further discussion must be continued in the drawing-room. Miss Farlow instantly said, "Oh, yes, so much wiser, for there is no saying when Limbury or James will come into this room, and one would not wish the servants to hear what you are talking about. Not but what I dare say even Limbury, though a very respectable man, has been on the listen. The servants always seem to know everything about one, and how they should, if they don't listen at keyholes, I'm sure I don't know. Amesbury. I was never there in my life, but I am acquainted with several persons who have frequently visited it, and I fancy I know all about it. Stonehenge." On this triumphant note, she beamed upon the company, and followed Miss Witchwood out of the room. Neither of Miss Witchwood's youthful guests, both reared from birth in the strictest canons of propriety, returned any answer to this speech, but they exchanged speaking glances, and young Mr. Elmore demanded of Miss Carleton in an undervoice what the deuce Stonehenge had to say to anything. Having comfortably installed her guests in the drawing-room, Miss Witchwood said chattily that she had been considering their problem, and had come to the conclusion that the wisest course for Ninian to pursue would be to tell his father, his mother, and Mrs. Amber the whole story of his escapade. She could not help laughing when she was confronted by two horrified faces, but said, with a good deal of authority, "You know, my dears, there is really nothing else to be done. If the case had been different, if Lucilla had suffered ill treatment at Mrs. Amber's hands, I might have consented to keep her presence here secret, but, as far as I can discover, she has never been ill-treated in her life." "Oh, no, Lucilla said quickly. "I never said that. But there is another kind of tyranny, ma'am. I can't explain what I mean. Perhaps you have never experienced it, but... "I haven't experienced it, but I do know what you mean," Annis said. "It is the tyranny of the weak, isn't it? The weapons being tears, reproaches, vapours, and other such unscrupulous means which are employed by gentle, helpless women like your aunt." "Oh, you do understand!" Lucilla exclaimed, her face lighting up. "Of course I do. Try, in your turn, to understand what must be my feelings on this occasion. I couldn't reconcile it with my conscience, Lucilla, to hide you from your aunt." She silenced by a raised finger the outcry which rose to Lucilla's lips.
No, let me finish what I have to say. I am going to write to Mrs. Amber, asking her if she will permit you to stay with me for a few weeks. Ninian shall take my letter with him tomorrow, and I must trust that he will assure her that I am a very respectable creature, well able to take care of you. You may be sure I will, ma'am, said Ninian enthusiastically. Doubt shook him, and his brow clouded. But what must I do if she won't consent? She is a very anxious female, you see, and almost never lets Lucy go anywhere without her, because she lives in dread of some accident befalling her, like being kidnapped, which did happen to some girl or other only last year, but not, of course, in Cheltenham, of all unlikely places. Yes, and ever since Uncle Abel died, she bolts all the doors and windows every evening, corroborated Lucilla, and makes our butler take the silver up to bed with him, and hides her jewellery under the mattress. Poor thing, said Miss Witchwood charitably. If she is so nervous, a good watchdog is the thing for her. She is afraid of dogs, said Lucilla gloomily, and of horses. When I was young, I had a pony, and was used to ride every day of my life. Oh, Ninian, do you remember what splendid times we had, looking for adventures and following the hunt, which we were not permitted to do, but the master was a particular friend of ours, and never did more than tell us we were a couple of rapscallions and would end up in Newgate. Yes, by Jupiter, said Ninian, kindling, he was a great gun. Lord, do you remember the time that pony of yours refused, and you went right over the hedge into a ploughed field? I thought we should never get the mud off your habit. Lucilla laughed heartily at this recollection, but her laughter soon died, and she sighed, saying in a melancholy voice that those days were long past. I know Mamma would have bought a hunter for me when I grew to be too big for dear old Punch, but Aunt Clara utterly refused to do so. She said she wouldn't enjoy a moment's peace of mind if she knew me to be careering all over the countryside, and if I was set on riding, there was a very good livery stable in Cheltenham, which provides reliable grooms to accompany young ladies when they wish to go for rides, on quiet old hacks. Exactly so, she added, as Ninian uttered a derisive laugh. And when I appealed to my insufferable Uncle Carlton, all he did was to reply in the vilest of scrawls that my Aunt Clara was the best judge of what was proper for me to do. I must say one would take him for a regular slow-top, agreed Ninian. He isn't, though. It might be he doesn't approve of females hunting. A great many gentlemen don't, said Miss Farlow. My own dear father would never have permitted me to hunt. Not that I wished to, even if I had been taught to ride, which I wasn't. There did not seem to be anything to say in answer to this, and a depressed silence fell on the company. Lucilla broke it. Depend upon it, she said. My aunt will write to Uncle Carlton, and he will order me to do as I am bid. I don't believe there is any hope for me. Oh, don't despair, said Annis cheerfully. It wouldn't surprise me if your aunt were to be too thankful to learn that you were in safe hands to raise the least objection to your prolonging your visit to me. She might even be glad of a respite. And if she thinks the matter over, she will surely perceive that to fetch you back immediately would give rise to just the sort of scandal broth she must be most anxious to avoid. Ninian escorted you here because I invited you. What could be more natural? I wonder where I made your acquaintance. Lucilla smiled faintly at this, but it was a woe-begone effort, and it took a little time to convince her that there was no other way out of her difficulties. Annis felt extremely sorry for her, since it was obvious that Mrs. Amber was so morbidly conscious of the responsibility laid on her that she chafed the poor child almost to desperation by the excessive care she took of her. Before the tea-tray was brought in, Annis took Ninian to her book-room, while she there wrote the letter he was to carry to Mrs. Amber, and supplied him with enough money to defray the various expenses he had incurred. She told Lucilla that she needed his help in the composition of the letter, but her real object was to discover rather more about Lucilla's flight than had so far been disclosed. She had mentally discounted much of what Lucilla had told her as the exaggeration natural to youth, but by the time Ninian had favoured her with his version of the affair, she had realized that Lucilla had not exaggerated the pressure brought to bear on her, and could easily picture the effect on a sensitive girl such pressure would have. No one had ill-treated her. She had been suffocated with loving kindness, not only by her aunt, but by Lord and Lady Iverley, and by Ninian's 3 sisters, even Eliza, a 10-year-old, conceiving a schoolgirl passion for her, and doting on her in a very embarrassing way. Cordelia and Lavinia, both of whom Miss Witchwood judged to be 2 meekly insipid young women, had, apparently, told Lucilla that they looked forward to the day when they would call her sister. This, Ninian said, in a judicial way, had been a mistaken thing to have done. But it did not seem to have occurred to him that his own conduct left much to be desired. It was obvious to Miss Witchwood that his devotion to his parents was excessive. But when she asked him if he had indeed been prepared to marry Lucilla, he replied, "No, no. That is to say, well, what I mean is, oh, I don't know. But I thought something would be bound to happen to prevent it." "But I collect, my dear boy," said Miss Witchwood, "that your parents love you very dearly, and have never denied you anything." "That's just it," said Ninian eagerly. My every wish has been granted me, so how could I be so ungrateful as to refuse to do the only thing they have ever asked me to do, particularly when my mother begged me, with tears in her eyes, not to shatter the one hope my father had left to him. This moving picture failed to impress Miss Witchwood. She said, somewhat dryly, that she was at a loss to understand why his loving parents should have set their hearts on his marriage to a girl he had no wish to marry. "She is the daughter of Papa's dearest friend," explained Ninian in a reverential tone. "When Captain Carlton bought Old Manor, it was in the hope that the 2 estates would be joined, in the end, by this marriage." "Captain Carlton, I assume, was a gentleman of substance?" "Oh, yes. All the Carltons are full of juice," said Ninian. "But that has nothing to do with the case." Miss Witchwood thought that it probably had a great deal to do with the case, but kept this reflection to herself. After a moment, Ninian said, flushing slightly, "My father, I dare say, has never had a mercenary thought in his head, ma'am. His only desire is to ensure my happiness, and he believes that because when we were children Lucy and I were used to play together, and did indeed like each other very much, we should deal famously together as husband and wife. But we shouldn't," declared Ninian, with unnecessary violence. "No, I don't think you would," agreed Miss Witchwood, amusement in her voice. "Indeed, it has me in a puzzle to guess what made your parents think you would." "They believe that Lucy's wildness comes of her being young and kept too close by Mrs. Amber, and that I should be able to handle her," said Ninian. "But I shouldn't, ma'am. I never could keep her out of mischief, even when we were children, and I don't wish to be married to a headstrong girl who thinks she knows better than I do always, and says I have no spirit when I try to stop her doing something outrageous. I did try to stop her running away from Chartley, but short of taking her back by force, there was no way of doing it, and," he added candidly, "by the time I had caught up with her, she had reached a village, and she said if I so much as laid a finger on her, she would scream for help, besides biting and scratching and kicking. And if it was pudding-hearted of me to have hung up my axe, very well, I'm a pudding-heart. Only think what a scandal it would have created, ma'am. She would have roused the whole place, and several of the farm workers were already going to start work in the fields. I was obliged to knuckle down. Then she said that since they would none of them believe her when she said nothing would prevail upon her to marry me, the best way of proving it to them was by running away. And I'm bound to own that I did feel it might be a good thing to do. But when she tried to persuade me to go home and pretend I knew nothing about her having left the house before dawn, I did not knuckle down. Well, what a miserable fellow I should be to let such a stupid chit jaunter about quite unprotected." "Is that what she did?" asked Miss Witchwood, unable to repress a note of appreciation in her voice. "Yes. And if only I hadn't been woken up by the moonlight on my face, I shouldn't have known a thing about it," said Ninian bitterly. "Of course I got up to pull the blinds closely together, and that's when I saw Lucy. She was making off down the avenue and carrying a portmanteau. I wish I hadn't seen her, I don't mind owning, but since I did see her, what could I do but follow her?" "I can't imagine," confessed Miss Witchwood. "No, well, you see how it was.
I had to dress, of course, and then creep out of the house to the stables, and by the time I'd harnessed a horse to my gig and fobbed off Sowerby, he's one of our grooms, and what must he do but come out in his nightshirt to see who was stealing a horse and carriage? Lucy was halfway to Amesbury. I guessed she must be going that way, for I naturally supposed her to be trying to go back to Cheltenham, and I'm pretty sure there's a coach which goes to Marlborough from Amesbury, and Marlborough's on the post road to Cheltenham. I thought that was as bird-witted as it could be, but it wasn't as bird-witted as her precious Bath scheme. I said all I could to persuade her to abandon such a hare-brained notion, but it was to no purpose. So when it came to her saying that by hedge or by stile she would get to Bath, it seemed to me that the only thing to be done was to drive her there. He ended on a defensive note, and looked so sheepish that Miss Witchwood had no difficulty in realizing that Lucy, by far the stronger character, had, in fact, talked him into reluctant compliance. She said, however, that he had certainly done the right thing, and advised him to tell his father, without reserve, what were his sentiments on the subject of the marriage proposed to him. Depend upon it, she said, he will hardly feel surprised now that Lucilla has made it abundantly clear what her sentiments are. I shouldn't wonder at it if he felt relief at being spared such a daughter-in-law. She affixed a wafer to the letter she had inscribed, and rose from her desk, saying, as she handed the letter to him, "There, that will, I trust, reassure Mrs. Amber, and may even convince her, though she sounds to me to be a remarkably foolish woman, that her wisest course will be to give Lucilla permission to remain in my charge until she has had time to recover from all this agitation. Come, let us go back to the drawing-room. Limbury will be bringing in the tea-tray immediately." She led the way out of the room, and had reached the door into the drawing-room when a knock was heard on the front door. Since she had no expectation of receiving any visitors, she supposed it to betoken nothing more important than a message, and went into the drawing-room. But a very few minutes later, Limbury appeared on the threshold and announced, "My Lord Beckenham, ma'am, and Mr. Harry Beckenham." Chapter 3. Miss Witchwood uttered a smothered exclamation of annoyance. But if he heard it, the first of the visitors to enter the room gave no sign of having done so. He was a stockily built man, a little more than 30 years of age, with rather heavy features and an air of considerable self-consequence. He was dressed with propriety, but it was easily to be seen that he had no modish leanings, for his neckcloth, though neatly arranged, was quite unremarkable, and the points of his shirt-collar scarcely rose above his jawbone. He first bowed, and then walked towards his hostess, as one sure of his welcome, and said, with ponderous gallantry, "I might have guessed, when I found the sun shining over Bath this morning, that it heralded your return. And so it was, as I made it my business to discover. Dear Miss Annis, the town has been a desert without you." He carried the hand she held out to him to his lips, but she drew it away almost immediately and extended it to his companion, saying, with a smile, "Why, how is this, Harry? Have you come into Somerset on a repairing lease?" He grinned at her. "Shame on you, fair wit-cracker," he retorted, "when I have come all the way from London only to pay my respects to you." She laughed. "Palaverer! Don't try to hoax me with your flummery, for I cut my wisdoms before you were out of short-coats. Miss Farlow you are both acquainted with, but I must make you known to Miss Carlton, whom I don't think you have met." She waited until the gentlemen had made their bows, and then presented Ninian to them, and begged them to be seated. Lord Beckenham said, with a reproving glance at his brother, "Your vivacity carries you too far, Harry. That is not the way to speak to Miss Witchwood." His graceless junior paid no heed to this admonition, his attention being fully engaged by Lucilla, of whom he was taking a frankly admiring survey. He was a very elegant young gentleman, of engaging address and fashionable appearance. His glossy brown locks were brushed into the wind-swept style. The points of his collar reached his cheekbones, his neckcloth was fearfully and wonderfully tied, he had a nice taste in waistcoats, his pantaloons were of a modish yellow, and the hessians which encased his slim legs were so highly polished as to dazzle beholders. He looked to be the very antithesis of his brother, which indeed he was.
for his character was as frivolous as his raiment. He had never shown any disposition to devote himself to his studies, and far too much disposition to squander his inheritance on revel routs, expensive little barks of frailty, games of chance, and the adornment of his person. He also kept a string of prime hunters, and the fact that he was an accomplished horseman would never have been suspected by strangers who encountered him on the strut in Bond Street, and did not know that he had been a regular subscriber to the Haythrop since he first went up to Oxford, and, in spite of being a neck-or-nothing rider, had never yet come to grief over the stone walls of the Cotswold country, or been thrown into one of the quarries which all too often lay beyond those walls. Lord Beckenham was torn between secret admiration of his horsemanship and disapproval of his extravagance. He read him many lectures, but never failed to rescue him from his pecuniary embarrassments, and was always glad to welcome him to Beckenham Court. He said, and quite sincerely believed, that he held his 2 brothers and his 3 sisters in great affection, but he was not a warm-hearted man, and his unremitting care of their interests sprang partly from a rigid sense of duty and partly from a patriarchal instinct. At an early age he had succeeded to his father's dignities, and had found himself the sole support of an ailing mother and the guardian of 2 sisters and his youngest brother. His elder sister was already married to an impecunious cleric, and the mother of 2 infants, the forerunners of what promised to be a large family, and he instantly made it his business to find eligible husbands for Mary and Caroline. Captain James Beckenham had at that date risen from the position of midshipman to that of a junior officer, and his promotion thereafter had been rapid. He had had the good fortune to win a considerable amount of prize money, which, added to his handsome inheritance, put him beyond the necessity of applying to his brother for any pecuniary assistance whatsoever. He rarely visited Beckenham Court, preferring to spend his time when on shore in all the forms of entertainment most deprecated by his lordship. Nor were Mary and Caroline very frequent visitors, so that having arranged marriages for both to very well inlaid gentlemen, Beckenham found himself with only the eldest and the youngest members of his family still tied to what Captain Beckenham sarcastically called his apron strings. It would have been unjust to have said that he regretted their independence, but he certainly regretted the loosening of the bonds which kept them revolving around him, and, convinced of his own worthiness, never suspected that it was his deeply ingrained habit of censuring their follies, and giving them quite unwanted advice, which drove them away from the court. He enjoyed the advantages of a large fortune. He was the owner of an imposing estate situated between Bath and Wells, and was a frequent visitor to Bath, where he was a prime favourite amongst those residents whom Harry irreverently called the Bath Toughs. For years he had been regarded as the biggest matrimonial catch in the district, and caps past counting had been set at him. But never, until the appearance on the Bath scene of Miss Annis Whichwood, had he shown the slightest disposition to make some lady an offer. He first encountered Annis when she was on a visit to a friend, realized on being presented to her at one of the assemblies that she was the only female he had ever met who was worthy of becoming his wife, and thereafter prosecuted an unremitting assault on her defences. There were those, like Lady Whichwood, who thought that Annis would be foolish to refuse such an advantageous offer, but these provident ladies were outnumbered by those who thought it a very good joke that any man as prosy as Lord Beckenham should have set his heart on Annis Whichwood, who was as lively as he was dull. Annis had done her best, within the dictates of propriety, to convince him that his suit was hopeless, but she had failed, partly because her recognition of his many good qualities prohibited her from treating him with Turkish brutality, and partly because he could not bring himself to believe that any female on whom he had bestowed the accolade of his approval could seriously refuse to marry him. Females were known to be capricious, and Miss Whichwood certainly enjoyed flirtations with her many admirers. This was the only fault he detected in her. It was a grave one, and every now and then he wondered whether, when under his influence, she would become more sober-minded, or whether her frivolity was incurable. But after one of these soul-searchings he would see her again, fall under the spell of her beauty, and become even more determined to add this piece of perfection to his collection of artistic treasures.
for the acquisition of pictures and statues and vases was his one extravagance, and since he was extremely wealthy, he was able to indulge it. He employed several agents, whose business it was to inform him when and where some coveted object was coming up for sale, and frequently paid flying visits to the continents, returning usually with yet another Chinese bowl to add to his overflowing cabinets, or an old master to hang on his crowded walls. Miss Witchwood said that Beckenham Court was fast becoming more like a museum than a private residence, and once told her brother that she suspected his lordship of caring more for the possession of treasures which other men envied him than for the treasures themselves. On this occasion he had come home from an expedition to The Hague, whence he had returned with a reputed coip. He said he entertained doubts of the authenticity of the picture, and hoped he could persuade Miss Witchwood to drive out to Beckenham Court to see it. He described to her in exhaustive detail not only the composition of the picture, but all the circumstances which had led him to purchase it. She listened to him with half an ear, but was more interested in the comedy being enacted by the 3 youngest members of the party. Mr. Harry Beckenham, having seated himself beside Lucilla, was making himself extremely agreeable, and she, after some initial shyness, was enjoying what Miss Witchwood guessed to be her first encounter with a personable young man who very obviously admired her, and who knew just how to set a shy damsel at her ease. On the other side of the fireplace, Mr. Elmore had evidently taken Mr. Beckenham in silent dislike. This might have arisen from a feeling that he was at a disadvantage beside a man not so many years his senior, but possessed of far more address, and bearing all the appearance of a man of fashion. But as she covertly watched the trio, Miss Witchwood was assailed by the sudden suspicion that Mr. Elmore's hostility sprang from seeing his childhood's friend responding with the utmost readiness to Mr. Beckenham's advances. This dog-in-the-manger attitude was amusing, but might easily lead to trouble. Miss Witchwood was not sorry when Lord Beckenham's meticulous adherence to the rules governing polite society led him to break up the party immediately after tea. Nothing could more surely have confirmed her gathering belief that Lucilla had been kept in far too strict seclusion by Mrs. Amber than her quite disproportionate pleasure in what had been, she confided to her hostess, her first grown-up party. For I don't count being civil to Aunt Clara's fusty friends, and being sent away as soon as I've said how do you do, as though I was still in the schoolroom. Had she no friends of her own? No. Well, none of her own choosing. Aunt did encourage her to go for walks with 2 girls whose parents she knew and approved, but as they were both models of propriety and so stupid as to be dead bores, she never would do so. And when she had been invited to a picnic party, Aunt had refused to allow her to go, because she had once contracted the measles at a juvenile party. Aunt did not like alfresco parties. She said that nothing more surely made one catch severe chills than sitting on damp ground, and that the ground was always damp, even if the picnic wasn't spoilt by a sudden shower of rain, which, in her experience, it usually was. Until her 17th birthday, a highly accomplished governess had had charge of her education, and had accompanied her wherever she went, if her aunt had succumbed, as Miss Witchwood gathered she frequently did, to one of her nervous headaches. She had been assisted by various teachers, hired at great expense, who instructed Lucilla in music, watercolour painting, and foreign languages. Aunt had chosen her as much for her rigid sense of propriety as for her learning, and she had never succeeded in winning her pupil's affection, or in inspiring her with a desire to become proficient in any of her studies. Oh, no, she hadn't been unkind. It was just that, for all her scholarship, she hadn't the least understanding of anything beyond the covers of her primers and her lexicons. These somewhat inarticulate revelations imbued Miss Witchwood with a determined resolve to introduce Lucilla into a wider circle than she had been permitted to enter. Bath was no longer the fashionable resort it had once been, but it had its assemblies, its concerts, and its theatre, and although most of its residents were elderly, there were many who had large families. These Miss Witchwood passed under rapid review, and before she went to bed that night had made out a list of suitable persons to invite to a rout party, at which Lucilla should be presented to Bath society.
Perusing this list, her ever-ready sense of the ridiculous overcame her, and sent her chuckling up to her bedchamber. It would be the dullest and most undistinguished party she had ever given in Upper Camden Place, the preponderance of the invited guests being of immature age, and the rest being made up by their parents, all of whom were eminently respectable, and very few of whom could be depended upon to lend life to the party. On the following morning, having written her invitations and given them to her footman to deliver, she took Lucilla out to do a little shopping. She had requested Mrs. Amber, in her very polite letter, to send Lucilla's maid to Bath, bringing with her the rest of the raiment which had been taken to Chartley Place. But since it might be several days before Mrs. Amber complied with this request, if she did comply with it, which was by no means certain, some additions to the scanty wardrobe Lucilla had crammed into her portmanteau were necessary. Lucilla was delighted at the prospect of visiting the Bath shops, and became rapturous when she saw the very elegant hats, mantles, and dresses displayed in Milsom Street. She made several purchases, pored over fashion plates, and was persuaded to bespeak an evening dress and a walking habit from Miss Witchwood's modiste, who promised to have both made up for her as quickly as possible. Miss Witchwood wished to make her a present of them, but this she resolutely refused, saying that as soon as she received her quarterly allowance of pin money, she would be so plump in the pocket as to be able to buy dozens of dresses. After this agreeable session, Miss Witchwood took her down to the pump-room, and was fortunate enough to encounter there Mrs. Stinchcombe, a pleasant woman with whom she was well acquainted, and who was the mother of two pretty girls, the elder of whom was just Lucilla's age, and one son at present up at Cambridge. Both the girls were with their mother, and Miss Witchwood lost no time in introducing Lucilla to Mrs. Stinchcombe, and soon had the satisfaction of seeing the three young ladies with their heads together, chattering away at a great rate, in a manner that showed that they were on the high road to forming bosom friendships. Mrs. Stinchcombe was disposed to approve of any girl who enjoyed Miss Witchwood's patronage, and said, regarding the trio with an indulgent smile, "What a set of little bagpipes, aren't they? Is Miss Carlton residing with you?" "She has come to visit me for what I hope may be a stay of several weeks," replied Miss Witchwood. "She is an orphan, and has been living in Cheltenham with her aunt, who has kept her in rather too strict seclusion. Not yet out, of course, but I think it of the first importance that girls should know how to go on in society before being pitchforked into the tomb, and I trust I may have persuaded her aunt to permit her to try her wings in Bath before her presentation." Mrs. Stinchcombe nodded. "Very true, my dear. I have frequently observed how often girls, being, as you aptly express it, pitchforked straight from the schoolroom into the tomb, ruin their chances by excessive shyness, which leads them to be tongue-tied, or, worse, disagreeably pert, in the effort to appear up to snuff, as the saying is. You must bring your protégée to a little party I am giving for my girls on Thursday. Quite informal, I need hardly say." Miss Witchwood thanked her and accepted the invitation, reflecting, rather ruefully, that she was condemning herself to exactly the sort of party which she found intolerably boring. Another thought occurred to her, which she found peculiarly disconcerting. It flashed through her brain that she was dwindling into a duenna. It was a lowering reflection, but since she had not yet reached her 30th year, and had not noticed any diminution in the number of her admirers, she did not allow it to oppress her. And she had her reward when Lucilla came up to her, her eyes shining like stars, and said, "Oh, Miss Witchwood, Coruscant has invited me to a party on Thursday. May I go to it? Pray don't say I must not." "Perhaps, if you are very good, I shan't say that," replied Miss Witchwood gravely. "In fact, I have just this moment accepted Mrs. Stinchcombe's kind invitation to us both." Lucilla laughed, but at once turned to thank Mrs. Stinchcombe, and did it so prettily that Mrs. Stinchcombe afterwards told Annis that the child's manners matched her lovely face. All the way up the hill to Camden Place, Lucilla bubbled over with delight in the promised treat, and intense pleasure in having met, thanks to her dear, dear Miss Witchwood, anyone so charming and so truly amiable as Miss Coruscant Stinchcombe.
Edith Stinchcombe was excessively agreeable too, although not yet emancipated from the schoolroom. And as for Mrs. Stinchcombe, could Miss Witchwood conceive of a more indulgent or more excellent parent for any girl to have? According to the testimony of her daughters, Mamma always understood exactly how one felt and was never cross. So very unlike Aunt Clara's friends. Only fancy! She permitted Coruscant to go shopping as long as Edith or their brother accompanied her without being escorted by Edith's governess. Not that Miss Frampton was in the least like the unlamented Miss Cheeseburn, who had helped Aunt to make Lucilla's life a positive burden to her. Coruscant says Miss Frampton is the greatest dear, and so jolly that she and Edith like her to go out with them. Oh, and Coruscant says, ma'am, that she knows of a shop in Stall Street where one may purchase reticules at half the price they charge in Milsom Street, and she says she will take me there if you see no objection to it. Miss Witchwood, responding suitably to these confidences, perceived that she was doomed to be bored for the rest of Lucilla's stay by references to what Coruscant said. On the following evening, to their surprise, Ninian walked into the drawing-room, announcing that he had brought her traps to Lucilla and had given them into the butler's charge. He was looking bright-eyed and decidedly belligerent, and it was obvious that he was labouring under a strong sense of ill usage. "Oh, Ninian!" Lucilla exclaimed. "How very kind of you! I never expected to get them so soon, but there was no need for you to have put yourself to the fag of bringing them to me yourself." "Oh, yes, there was," he retorted grimly. No, Sarah could well have brought them without an escort." "Well, she couldn't, because she isn't there. Such a dust as I walked into. Talk of riots and rumpuses, and why even my mother should be thrown into a taking when they must all of them have known that she hadn't been murdered or kidnapped because they knew I'd gone away with you, had me floored." "Do you mean Sarah isn't here?" cried Lucilla. "That's exactly what I mean. She and your aunt got to dagger-drawing because your aunt worked herself into a rare passion and rang a regular peal over her, saying it was her fault for neglecting you and I don't know what besides, and she nabbed the rust and rubbed up all manner of old sores, and the end of it was that she packed her boxes and flounced off in a rare tantrum." He observed with displeasure that Lucilla was dancing round the room in an ecstasy of delight, and added with asperity, "You may think that a matter for rejoicing, but I didn't, I can tell you." "Oh, I do, Lucilla said, executing a neat step and clapping her hands. "If you knew how much I was dreading Sarah's arrival." Miss Witchwood intervened at this point to ask Ninian if he had dined. He thanked her and said yes, he had stopped to bait on the road, and must not remain for more than a few minutes because it was growing late, and he had not yet arranged for accommodation in Bath. "Which is something about which I need your advice, ma'am," he disclosed. "The thing is, well, owing to one cause and another, I'm a trifle behind the wind at the moment, until quarter-day, in fact. As soon as my allowance is paid, I shall be tolerably well up in the stirrups again, but it won't do to be getting under the hatches, so I mean to put up at one of the cheaper hotels, and I thought you would very likely be able to direct me to a suitable one." Lucilla stopped dancing round the room, and asked in astonishment, "Why? Do you mean to remain in Bath?" "Yes," replied Ninian through gritted teeth, "I do. That'll show them." Before Lucilla could ask for enlightenment on this somewhat obscure utterance, a second and even more timely intervention was provided by Limbury, who came in with the tea-tray. Further discussion was suspended, and when Ninian had drunk 2 cups of tea and eaten several macaroons, his seething rancour had subsided enough to enable him to give the ladies a fairly coherent account of the trials he had undergone at the hands of his loving relations. "Would you believe it?" he demanded. "They blamed me for the whole." "Oh, how unjust!" cried Lucilla indignantly. "I should rather think so. For how the devil could I have prevented you from running away, I should like to know?" "You couldn't. No one could," she asserted. "They ought to have been grateful to you for coming with me." "Well, that's what I thought," he said.
What's more, if anyone was to blame for driving you out of the house, it was them, not me."
"Did you tell them so?" asked Lucilla eagerly.
"No, not then, but in the end I did, when I got into a pelter myself. That was when I found that your aunt's prostration was being laid at my door, if you please, instead of at yours. I don't know what she might have said to me, because I didn't see her, thank God. She fell into hysterics when it was discovered that you had run away, and then had strong convulsions, or spasms, whatever she calls them, and was laid up in bed with our doctor in attendance. And my mother tried to restore her with burnt feathers and sal volatile and smelling salts, and my father almost pushing Sarah out of the house because the mere thought that she was still at Chartley threw your aunt into fresh spasms. Well, I did say, 'What a wet goose,' and Papa said I had much to blame myself for, and Mamma said, how could I have reconciled it with my conscience to have abandoned you to a total stranger, and never would she have believed that a child of hers could have behaved so heartlessly. And when it came to Cordelia and Lavinia starting to reproach me, but I precious soon put a stop to that, why, I lost my temper, and said, very well, if they thought it was my duty to protect her from you, Mum, I'd go straight back to Bath and stay there, and I'm afraid I said that any place would be preferable to Chartley, and even though you were a total stranger, I was sure of a welcome in your house, which was more than I had had in my own home."
"Oh, well done, Ninian!" exclaimed Lucilla, enthusiastically clasping his arm and squeezing it. "I never dreamed you were so full of pluck."
He coloured, but said, "I don't think it was well done of me. I ought not to have spoken so to my father, and I'm sorry for it. But I meant what I said. I'm dashed well not going to crawl back until he is sorry too, even if I starve in a ditch."
"Oh, pray, you don't think of doing such a thing," said Miss Farlow, who had been listening open-mouthed to this recital. "So embarrassing for dear Miss Whitwood, for people would be bound to say she should have rescued you. Not that I think you would be allowed to die in a ditch in Bath. At least I never heard of anyone doing so, because they are so strict about keeping the streets clean and tidy. And destitute persons are cared for at the Strangers' Friends Society, the most excellent institution, I believe, but I cannot think that your parents would wish you to become an inmate there, however vexed they may be with you."
This made Lucilla giggle, but Miss Whitwood, preserving her countenance, said, "Very true. You must hold it as a weapon in reserve, Ninian, to use only if your father threatens to cast you off entirely. In the meantime, I suggest that you put up at the Pelican. It is in Walcott Street, and I am told its charges are very reasonable. It isn't a fashionable hotel, but I believe it is comfortable, and provides its guests with good, plain ordinary. And if it should be too plain for you, you can always dine here." She added, with a lurking twinkle in her eyes, "I have never dined there, but of course I have visited it to see the room Dr. Johnson slept in."
"Oh," said Ninian, all at sea. "Yes, of course, Dr. Johnson. Exactly so. Was he a friend of yours, Mum, or one of your relations, perhaps?"
Lucilla gave a crow of laughter.
"Stupid! He was the dictionary man, and he died years and years ago, didn't he, Mum?"
"Oh, a writing cove," said Ninian, in disparaging accents. "Come to think of it, I have heard of him, but I am not bookish, Ma'am."
"But surely, dear Mr. Elmore, they must have used his dictionary at your school," said Miss Farlow.
"Ah, that would be it," nodded Ninian. "I dare say I must have seen the name on the back of some book or other, which accounts for my having the notion that I'd recognised it."
"If recognition you could call it," murmured Miss Whitwood.
"Never mind, Ninian, we can't all of us be bookish, can we? Well, I don't scruple to say that I never had the least turn for scholarship,"
Ninian somewhat unnecessarily disclosed. He added a handsome rider to this statement, saying, with a beaming smile,
"And I promise you, Ma'am, no one would ever suspect you of being bookish."
Overwhelmed by this tribute, Miss Whitwood uttered in a shaken voice,
"How kind of you, Ninian, to say so." "It's very true," said Lucilla, adding her mite. "No one could think she was bookish, but she reads prodigiously, and even keeps books in her bedchamber."
"How can you be so treacherous, Lucilla, as to betray me?" demanded Miss Witchwood tragically.
"Only to Ninian," Lucilla said, regarding her rather anxiously. "Of course I wouldn't dream of telling anyone else, but he won't say a word about it, will you, Ninian?"
"No, never," he responded promptly. Miss Witchwood shook a mournful head. "If only I may not have sunk myself beneath reproach in your eyes." They made such haste to reassure her that her suppressed laughter escaped her, and she said, "You absurd babies! Oh, don't look so astonished, or you will send me into fresh whoops. I know you can't think why, and if I were to explain it to you, you would believe me to be all about in my head. Tell me, Ninian, did you give my letter to Mrs. Amber?" "No, because she was too ill to receive me, but my mother gave it to her." He hesitated, and then said, with a deprecatory grin, "She wasn't well enough to write to you, but she did charge my mother with a message." "A message to me?" Miss Witchwood asked, her brows lifting slightly. "Well, not precisely," he replied. His grin widened, and he gave a chuckle. "What she said, in fact, was that she washed her hands of Lucilla."
"She says that every time I vex her," said Lucilla disgustedly, "and never does she mean it. Depend upon it, she will come to fetch me back, and all my pleasure will be at an end."
"Oh, I don't think she'll do that," said Ninian consolingly. "She does seem to be quite knocked up. What's more, when my mother asked her if she was to direct one of the maids to pack up your gear and send it to you, she said that if after all she had done for you, you preferred a stranger to her, she only trusted that you wouldn't regret it, and wished her to take you back, because she never wanted to set eyes on you again."
Lucilla considered this, but presently shook her head and sighed. "I don't set the least store by that, but it does at least make it seem that she won't come to Bath immediately. It always takes her days to recover from her hysterical turns."
"Yes," he agreed. "But perhaps I ought just to mention to you that the first thing she did, before she took to her bed, was to send off a letter to Mr. Carlton. 10 to 1 he won't pay any heed to it, but I think I ought perhaps to warn you about it."
"Oh, if that isn't just like her!" cried Lucilla, flushing with wrath. "She is too ill to write to Miss Witchwood, but not too ill to write to my uncle. Oh, dear me, no. And if he means to come here to force me to return, I can't and I won't bear it."
"Well, don't put yourself into a stew," recommended Miss Witchwood. "If he does come here with any such intention, he will find he has me to deal with, and that is an experience which I fancy he won't enjoy." Chapter 4. On the following morning, Miss Witchwood sent her groom to Twynham Park with instructions to bring her favourite mare to Bath. He carried with him a letter to Sir Geoffrey, in which Miss Witchwood informed her brother that she had a young friend staying with her, whom she wished to entertain with riding expeditions to the various places of interest in the surrounding countryside. When she had first set up her own establishment in Camden Place, she had brought 2 saddle horses with her, assuming, rather vaguely, that she would find riding in Bath the everyday matter it was at Twynham. It had not taken very long to disabuse her mind of this misapprehension. At Twynham she had been used to ride, as a matter of course, every day of her life, whether into the village, on an errand of mercy to one of her father's tenants struck down by sickness, or on a visit to a friend living in the neighbourhood. But she soon discovered that life in town, particularly in such a town as Bath, where the steep cobbled streets made equestrian traffic rare, was very different from life in the country. In Bath one either walked or took a chair. One could not stroll down to the stables on a sudden impulse and order one's groom to saddle up for one. It was necessary to appoint a time for one's horse to be brought round to the house, and it was even more necessary that the groom should accompany one. Miss Witchwood found this intolerable, and frankly owned that it was one of the disadvantages of town life. She also owned, but only to herself, that it was one of the disadvantages of being an unattached spinster. But having decided that the advantages of living under her own roof in Bath, subject to no fraternal vetoes, outweighed the disadvantages, she indulged in no vain repinings, but within a very few weeks sent her mare back to Twynham Park, where Sir Geoffrey, to his credit, kept her, exercised and groomed for her use whenever she came to stay with him. She kept her carriage horses in Bath, and one neatish bay hack, which, being an old and beloved friend, she could not bring herself to sell. Seal brought the mare to Bath, but he was accompanied by Sir Geoffrey, bristling with suspicion that his sister had taken it into her wayward head to befriend some young person who would prove to be an adventuress. Unfortunately, he arrived in Camden Place to find only Miss Farlow at home, and when he had learned from her the circumstances under which Annis had made Lucilla's acquaintance, he became convinced that his suspicion had been correct. "How can you have been so caper-witted?" he demanded of his sister, an hour later. "I had not thought it possible that you could be such a noddy. Pray, what do you know about this young woman? Upon my word, Annis—" "Heavens, what a piece of work about nothing!" interrupted Annis. "I collect you have been talking to Maria, who is positively green with jealousy of poor Lucilla. She is a Carlton, an orphan living, since her mother's death, with one of her aunts, and since this Mrs. Amber is in indifferent health, Lucilla has come to stay with me for a few weeks, as a sort of prelude to her regular come-out. Ninian Elmore escorted her here, and—" "Elmore? Elmore? Never heard of him," declared Sir Geoffrey. "Very likely you might not. He is a mere child, not long down, I fancy, from Oxford. He is the son and heir of Lord Iverley, and I dare say you haven't heard of him either, for I collect that he lives retired at Chartley Place. A Hampshire family, and, even if you haven't heard of them, perfectly respectable, I promise you." "Oh," said Sir Geoffrey, slightly daunted. Chewing the cud of this information, he made a recover. "That's all very well," he said. "But how do you know this girl is a Carlton? Not that I like the connection any better if she is. The only one of the family I'm acquainted with is Oliver Carlton." "Lucilla's uncle," interpolated Miss Witchwood. "Well, I can tell you this," said Sir Geoffrey. "He's a damned unpleasant fellow, got no manners, never scruples to give the back to anyone he don't happen to like, thinks his birth and his wealth gives him the right to ride roughshod over men quite as well born as himself, and, in short, the sort of ugly customer I should never dream of presenting to my sister." "Do you mean that he's a libertine?" asked Miss Witchwood. "Annis!" he ejaculated. "Oh, for heaven's sake, Geoffrey!" she said impatiently. "I cut my wisdoms years ago. If you wouldn't dream of presenting him to me, what else can you mean?" He glared at her. "You seem to me to have no delicacy of mind," he said peevishly. "What my poor mother would say if she could hear you expressing yourself with such unfeminine want of refinement, I shudder to think of." "Then don't think of it," she recommended. "Think instead of what Papa would say." "Oh, I dare say that would make you shudder too. Where did you learn to be so mealy-mouthed, Geoffrey? As for Mr. Oliver Carlton, between you and Lucilla have inspired me with a strong desire to meet him. She has told me that he has all but one of the faults you have described to me, and you have added the one she, naturally, knows nothing about. He must be a positive monster." "Levity was ever your besetting sin," he said severely. "Let me tell you that it is not at all becoming in a female. It leads you into talking a deal of improper nonsense. A strong desire to meet a monster, indeed." "But I have never seen a monster," she explained. "Oh, well, I dare say it is nothing but a take-in, and he is much like any other man." "I must decline to discuss him with you. I should suppose it to be extremely unlikely that you will ever meet him, but if some unfortunate chance should bring him in your way, I should be doing less than my duty if I did not warn you to have nothing to say to him, my dear sister. His reputation is not that of a well-conducted man, and if we are to talk of take-ins, what reason have you to think you are not the victim of one? I don't attempt to conceal from you that I am far from satisfied that this girl is the innocent you believe her to be. I know from Maria Farlow that she ran away from her lawful guardian, and in the company of a young man. That is not the conduct of an innocent. Indeed, it is the most shocking thing I ever heard of. It wouldn't surprise me if she were bent on inching herself into your regard." "You know, Geoffrey, no one who heard you talking such skimble-scamble stuff would believe you to have any more sense than a zero. How can you be so idiotish as to pay the least heed to what Maria says? She has been convinced from the outset that Lucilla is scheming to take her place in my household, but you may rest easy on that head. Lucilla is a considerable heiress, far plumper in the pocket than I am, I dare say. She won't come into her fortune until she is of age, but she enjoys what I judge to be a pretty handsome income. Mr. Carlton, who is her guardian, pays it to Mrs. Amber, and it is very obvious to me that it must be a handsome sum, for Mrs. Amber gives her what Lucilla calls pin money, but which a girl in less affluent circumstances would think herself fortunate to receive as an allowance to cover the cost of all her clothing. Mrs. Amber pays for every stitch the child wears, and, although she seems to be a foolish creature, I must acknowledge that her taste is impeccable. I should doubt if she ever counts the cost of anything she buys for Lucilla. None of your poplins or cheap-coloured muslins for Miss Carlton. She laughed suddenly. Jerby unpacked her trunk, and I must say that Lucilla has risen enormously in her estimation. She informed me, in a positively reverential voice, that Miss has everything of the best. As for her having run away with Ninian, it was no such thing. She ran away from Chartley Place, and Ninian, very properly, acted as her escort. Her aunt had very foolishly taken her there on a visit, and a great deal of pressure was being brought to bear on Ninian to make her an offer, and on her to accept it. It seems that this scheme was hatched years ago between their respective fathers, who were devoted friends. Ninian believes this to be the only reason his father has for trying so hard to bring the match about, but I suspect Lucilla's fortune has a good deal to do with it. The estate she inherited from her father runs, I gather, close enough to Chartley to make its acquisition by the Elmores extremely desirable. Understandable enough, you will say, but can you conceive of anything more cockle-brained in this day and age than to try to force two children, for they are little more than children, to get married when they have been on brother and sister terms since they were in short-coats? He had listened to her in staring silence, and he did not immediately answer her. But after a moment or two, he pronounced in pompous accents that he was no advocate for the licence granted to the modern generation. Embroidering this theme, he said, I hold that parents must be the best judges of such matters. They must, of necessity, know better than their children. Fiddle, said Miss Witchwood, bringing this dissertation to a summary closure. Did Papa arrange your marriage to Amabel? She saw that she had discomforted him, and added, with her lovely smile, Trying it on too rare and thick, Geoffrey. You fell in love with Amabel, and proposed to her before Papa had ever set eyes on her. Didn't you? He flushed darkly, tried to meet the challenge in her eyes, looked away, and replied with a sheepish grin. Well, yes, but, he said, making another recover, I knew Papa would approve of my choice, and he did. To be sure he did, agreed Miss Witchwood affably, and if he had not approved of it, no doubt you would have cried off, and offered for a lady he did approve of. I should have done no such thing, he declared hotly. He met her laughing eyes, seethed impotently for a moment, and then capitulated, saying in the voice of one goaded to extremity, Oh, damn you, Annis! My case was different. Of course it was, she said, patting his hand. No one in the possession of his senses could have raised the least objection to your marriage to Amabel. His hand, turning under hers, grasped it warmly, and he said, with all the embarrassment of an inarticulate man, She is past prize, Annis, isn't she? She nodded, dropped a light kiss on his brow, and said, Indeed she is. Now, in a little while, you will see Lucilla for yourself. Maria is going to go with her and Ninian to the theatre this evening, which will leave us to enjoy a comfortable cose. He blinked at her. What is the young man here, too? Yes, he is putting up at the